It's all over. So working with the medicine schools to train nurses in different procedures virtually, and that's an example of what you're gonna see next. The interesting part in here when this video starts, and this is one of the colleges that we are working with. This is the University of Miami. But before, the nurses, they needed to basically replicate like a human, a body, an emergency room or OR with their with a pretend person, but now we can create a virtual intelligent patient that they react as a human would do it. For example, right now she's opening a mouth. She's doing he's intubating the patient. So this is a list of the application that you can apply virtual intelligence or virtual reality, and and you can have all the tools that you need to practice as many times as they want, hundreds of times, that they can practice the procedure whenever they need to face the real patient. That's the way we are looking at the technology, where we see the vital signs, and they can prepare better whenever they're going to practice with a real human. So, and lastly, is in the education area, colleges or schools, high schools, we're working on in which areas make sense to apply this kind of technology. There are areas like the one you're going to see next, like biology, to be able to dissect animal. The schools invest a lot of money buying these these animals to teach dissections to the students, but they can just do it once and some people get sick because of the blood and everything, and for seeing the blood and the smell. So now we are designing these virtual labs with virtual reality, so they can do the dissection without real animal. So they enter a lobby, they learn all the anatomy of the different animals that they're going to be doing the dissection after, and after they are done studying, they use only their hands. Sometimes they use the controls because they are used to it, like Xbox and PlayStation, because they play with that on a daily basis. But they go here, they have all the tools, they can dissect of a lizard or a shrimp, a river shrimp, a fish, or a frog. So it's very interesting, as like now somehow we are doing that transition from the games to these areas of virtual reality, that these people that can be a workforce in the future can learn their chores for a career in the future through this virtual reality. So that's basically some of the things that we do in CENIL, and I hope that I leave you with a lot of new vision of how we are using the virtual reality in the education area. Thank you, Douglas. The truth is, it's incredible what you guys are doing, and this make us closer to the metaverse world. So right now, Alberto is going to talk to us about the risk about this new world. Well, like more than a year ago, some of my clients start asking me that they wanted to get into the metaverse world. The same thing as the people are talking about AI, the owners of the companies, the boards. They were telling me there is a new technology. Am I late? Am I late? I got late into the internet and other areas, and I want to get into this one. And the metaverse sounds something very interesting. Who here and knew that the owner of Facebook was going to change the name of Facebook and call it Meta? You know that, a lot of you, but do you remember how much time he gave to the metaverse to be a reality? He said 5. 2 years, he said. Facebook is going to take 5 years to get to a metaverse. So I think the bad news is that the metaverse doesn't exist yet. We are talking about something that we're gonna create. We have pioneers, and there are people that they are showing us the beginning of the technology, but integrate what the metaverse needs. We're not there yet. So we're talking about something that we need to get ready for. Is when, for example, remember that when they discovered America, the first ones came, and people needed to take decisions. Are you going or not? Are you gonna call come to get into the ship boat with us or no? So, are you in the metaverso? Are you making a decision? How are you going to make it? And first of all, is to understand what metaverso is. If I need to explain you what is that, and I need to give you a commercial name, I will call it something like Tinder, Zoom, Photoshop, Fortnite, eBay, a bank, and I will add a theater, a home theater, and a Raven glasses. I'm going to explain to you better. Let me start. Let me start from the beginning. When we are creating the metaverse, they want you to put some glasses that they have all the equipment as a home theater that you feel that you're immersed in that world. So you need to put that on your face. You have the possibility of do transactions, bank transactions, crypto transactions. You can see, you can announce, you can put whatever you want. You can sell things on eBay. You can chat with unknown people like Tinder. So you can play like in Fortnite, and it also has Photoshop. So it's made with idea that you can look different. Because in the metaverse, you cannot be the same as the real world. So, what is the risk of being in the metaverse? At the risk of being in all the platforms that I already mentioned. And what is the way to do it? There is nothing new. It's the same classic form. The formula, the risk formula, the risk of the counterpart, the risk of the channel, but the risk of the product, the risk of the jurisdiction. That is one of the subjects that we're going to talk about later. But also the risk of the assets that we are working with. Right now we're touching the water, and then you have a piece of land in the metaverse. And I think that was a fraud because you cannot find land in water. So the thing is that you subscribe to a place where they give you information, they give you data, and you can upload or download some pictures, but you are not buying any land. That's the difficulty of giving this speech today, because it's the same thing as the metaverse, or as the cloud, as a cryptocurrency is a marketing word. We know that the cloud is not up there. We already know that the cryptocurrency is not a currency. It's not a. It doesn't. It's not. It's not physical. So the metaverse is not a different world. It's not a parallel world. So we need to have the risk management tools to find out if we're gonna go like pass the credit card and buy a piece of land that we're gonna do something in the future. And then we're going to find out why you're buying a land and you're paying so much for that land that doesn't even exist. It is going to be a channel. Are we going to get client in that land? Are you going to put a sale advertisement in that world? Are we going to do transactions? It's going to be an ATM machine. We're going to put a machine. We're going to be able to do a transaction inside that world. Are we going to keep the same product in that world, or we're going to create a new one for that world? So there is a risk, and we need to know very well if we're going to use it as a channel or as a product, and what kind of channel and what kind of product is going to be. So what's happening is, as we said, I compare with some other products. The metaverse is basically past, and the web example is very clear. They are saying the metaverse can be translated maybe as the third version of the web, like the next web, the Web 3. Because what is really the metaverse, we are moving from 2D to 3D, and that it was making is that the universe works different. When you are in 3D, you see distances or deep, and the brain understands that you are in a place, and we're moving. So we're also moving. Are we going to be using the same companies, Google, Facebook, of those Facebook, Instagram, that is a flat world, or we're going to go to the crypto world? and we're gonna go to people, associate or get partnership with people that they're gonna all have together a metaverse. So that's very important to know because it's a very good. There is a metaverse of the big companies that they already exist, but there is a good possibility that there is another first metaverse that doesn't have ownership. That is a company, an association, or maybe the the metaverse maybe just there is not an owner for that metaverse, and that's very scary. So we can create a metaverse. So let's say I'm gonna send you a real flowers and you pay me with real money, or we can go to the metaverse, the virtual reality. You pay me with crypto money, and I give you some virtual paintings. So as you can see, there is another world. There is a universe in a PC at home. There is a world in a book, in a phone, and there is ones that are already here, and some others that they are not here yet. So this is a world that you can put in front of you, in your eyes, and that is a metaverse. That's what we have right now. But I think that doesn't going to be successful because they are not friendly at the moment. People that love it, they need to use it, maybe a pilot, a nurse, but how much time do you want to spend with those glasses on? Let's see, we have a real relation, virtual relation, and we have relationship with people that exist like our clients or avatars, people that they assume an identity to enter a different world. And if nowadays know your customer is difficult, imagine know your avatar. KYC, KYA, we're gonna call it. How can you meet an avatar? So when you allow a person to get another identity, to be able to be a business or make a business, it's not surprising that it's hard to get to know your clients. It's like to try to find out do what make clients with the Halloween day. So everybody in the metaverse is going to be like in Halloween with a costume. So what we need to do is to take 7 factors for the risk or risk management in this virtual world and see how much the technology advance and what are the platforms that we're going to be using. That's the level of risk that we're assuming. What is the biggest risk? If we don't want to work with the biggest company that they have compliances, because our subject here, is compliance. When the directors and the board of Meta, before Facebook decided to go to Meta, they said, we're going to start with safety and privacy built inside the model. Do you think that the youngsters that they are doing the new, they are investing in metaverse, it won't be uncentralized, and they are thinking about doing the metaverse in countries that they don't have compliance? Do you think it's going to be safe? I don't think so. So it's not a classic matrix. This is another something different. So we need to think about 3 main risks. You need to know your customer. The possibility that this is done wrongly, you know that is an issue. And there is another problem, the person supplantation. The person that is blocked for OFAC and for the UN, it's easier for them to have go to a metaverse, change your face, and then you won't be able to find that criminal anymore. But then when you joke and when you are trying to mess up with a financial transaction, that's another world. To have a relationship with a person in the meta world is not bad. But then when that person is saying saying that it's somebody else, is a risk. What happens a lot doesn't have much impact. When what the things that doesn't happen much, it has a catastrophic result. And if it can control things to make it look what is small, if I can control it, or big things, I can control it to have not much impact. So this is something that people are thinking that it's gonna be an experiment. But I was thinking, do you know what is the advantage of the metaverse? That you have superpowers. The metaverse allows you that you can go from one place to the other in the metaverse. So I'm here today, and I push a button, and I go somewhere else. So they're gonna, I gonna be, they're gonna scam me in the metaverse. Yes, they can. They propose me an illicit business on the metaverse. I change identity. So the metaverse has meta risk, but it also has meta controls. And yes, and that's what catch my attention, that we have those meta controls. And to finish this presentation and give my partners opportunity to talk between virtual assets, you cannot have crimes or money laundering. If I exchange token in Fortnite with somebody else, what can happen? Nothing. It's like, if, for example, if we do some papers and we said, okay, this is going to be FIBA currency, and we're going to start interchanging those coins. We cannot do anything. The bad things is the line of reality. When you come from the virtual to the real, when that virtual coin becomes dollars, or can come from dollars and come from drugs, that's the issue. So whatever happened in the metaverse, if it's not connected to a bank, to a stock market, of a money exchange agency, it's okay. They cannot commit a crime. But the problem is when we connect that meta world with the real time. Anybody have seen this video? This is a attorney. He was in a hearing in Zoom, and he didn't know that it has a filter, and everything was very, very serious. Without thinking here, that was the metaverse with an avatar and attorney that who can show his face. He couldn't show his face, and this was a hearing that it was in Colombia. It was the first trial on a metaverse. The truth is that I'm very proud to be Colombian, but this was not in the metaverse. Instead of using Zoom, they use a tool that it was a virtual tool, and the truth is that they show or then demonstrate that it's not illegal to do, and they could be done. It's the first virtual hearing and trial in the county of Magdalena. They did this first trial. This happened after the plaintiff request the judge to do the trial in these platforms. So this trial was live and is being done through Meta platform, especially because it's free. So this is to show you all that in this moment it's better to use Zoom and other tools that use the metaverse, like happen here. But they were trying to try a point and make a point. And at the end of the day, the important thing is to cross that reality, to join that reality or differentiate the real world and the virtual world. And all the materials that we have to control the risk, we can use it in this virtual world as well. Thank you very much, Alberto. Ilian is going to talk to us about more risk on the metaverse. So let's talk about the risk, the general risk. They're going to be focused on different situations. For example, as we mentioned before, my partners were mentioning the metaverse per se, it doesn't exist. But those risks, when they're going to materialize, when are they going to be real, when they go out the limit, in the metaverse, you can create situations, but what happens is when it's a money laundry, or when a big crime happens, or inside that corruption conjunction, when people get together, there is a fraud, for example, where there is tax evasion, for example. That I'm gonna show you an example that it was a scheme, money laundering scheme. They didn't, or it was a tax scheme, and they didn't they report what they needed to report as a law by law in Colombia. I don't want to get into the data protection and all of that, or because there's some other risk that is. I'm not here today to talk about make the metaverse like an evil, but it's just understand that we have risk, that you're making things easy for those kind of crimes to happen. So, and Alberto was talking about that. For example, if you're going to move $1 million cash from one country to the other, you have to prepare, and you have a logistic. But for example, in the metaverse, we have the cryptocurrency. It's just a button that you push, and the money passed from here, from there, like from one country to the other, and from one jurisdiction to the other. But talking about the privacy, there is also the subject about how you are gathering the information. I don't know if you remember that they were taking information from Iris in Europe, and they were giving cryptocurrency. And after analyzing the subject, because that subject doesn't have any clear regulation, at the end they decided to forbid and trying to deny that information because it was private, and it was not legal to manage that. So all the legal content, the legal subject is very relevant, because what is today like child pornography and all of that. You can see that they can create a metaverse world. For example, there is a dark web right now with a specific words with a specific terminology of different kinds. How we were talking about right now in the previous session, this person that he was trafficking with human, and they can manage that inside the metaverse, and probably could be even out of our hands because it's basically something private. So let's talk about a real case that happened in Colombia. This case, to summarize, it has an important component, is the cryptocurrency and those providers of virtual asset. Let's talk about, for example, there is an interaction between two companies, and in the metaverse, so through the cryptocurrency and those digital or virtual digital asset. This doesn't have anything new. There is no anything new about it. Even so, cash or virtual asset, whatever you can do in the metaverse is what we have been doing so far, and we can identify through these traditional models, through the controls that we have been working with. For example, in this case, inside a big structure and very important structure that is inside. Is right now in all these things that we have already put as a public information. How can it be possible that a company that is 6 months old is moving more than $50 million? From where? So it's there where is the control is important. What are the controls? Regardless of the activity, economical activity, how the clients are going to see that? How can they have on the same model the no compliance, for example, the data that we send, or for example, the tax information that we send, that was not follow and they didn't comply with this in this model. For example, I can have thousands of avatars to call it so, and then at the end, it's the same interrelationship. It's the same relationship. The avatar, the same money. The avatar one with the money that he's monetizing, and the avatar two, the bank account of the avatar two, and how I have the same address and the same telephone number, you were able to see that 7 people were managing different companies. The beneficiaries were the same ones, and it was nothing to do with the business. So we're saying, what are we really controlling? Are we really having the basic and regular controls that this business have, and more, even talking about assets? So how are we supporting each other through techniques or web scraping techniques, or knowing the profile to be able to go further? For example, a lot of the people that are here inside this framework of this operation, it was a financial institution, could have realized how cannot a person that is inside it has received CHIP or received Social Security benefit, is moving $50,000, $50 million in a business. So you see, how can you see that in certain program they have they are in a special program, or they are receiving help from the government? How can are they working in a company and they have that financial profile and they have that personality? I mean, doesn't make any sense, right? The, depending depending on what you are requesting as an information, depending on the information that the avatar is giving to be able to get into the world. So you start handling more. You need to start thinking how you control, how can you control this type of business. So let's say that, in summary, the rules of the games continue. They are basically the same ones. For example, when we're talking about the new regulations about the knowledge, the transactions, how can I handle the transactions, how can I handle the address, especially for the crypto money or for the digital transaction. For example, right now the FAC has the validation of those addresses for those assets. That option is already there. And besides that, how can I follow the travel route of this cryptocurrency, from where are they coming and where they are? And that is you can analyze it in different ways and very deeply. Or what are the chain analysis that we use in this industry, that you can get to see a little bit farther from this address or from that information that is in the blockchain of that, when they follow those operations. How can we reach, and how can we know more of those operations? How can we improve those addresses to be able to compare them and know how they are moving inside the surroundings, our surroundings, if they are passing money from one to the other? And a lot of that is handled and is being controlled on the companies that they are responsible of this transaction, of these technological platforms. And it's the responsibility of the company, because they are monetizing. So as a message, starting from what we have been talking about since the pioneer world, the metaverse, and start analyzing the risk analysis of what are the components or factors of risk, I want to leave a message about, don't forget to monitor and do the regular and traditional monitoring that we need to keep having on the transactions, doing it as well on the metaverse. So the regulators, they are waiting that we have a governance, that we have trace, but part of the subject is that everything is being played right now is with the AI, and this part of today's models, because a lot of that information, when you do data mining techniques, for example, there is a lot of data that those traditional models, that information that we can have in our system, in our general system, they won't be able to be detected if you don't include it in a detection model, or push by an AI that it has a special algorithm, but that complies with the scheme, or the general scheme of the norms and the rules, and know what is the real model that we are applying to each transaction. because or else you cannot do the well and thorough analysis. So i- inside the metaverse nowadays, in financial institutions, in company that they are trying to build that model inside their business, they can monetize. So one of the examples that you're gonna see right now in Fortnite, they can sell concert, Marshmallow concert. It got sold, but there is a lot of companies that they do schemes, and those schemes they are famous too, and you can buy them and you can sell them, and at the end of the day, they monetize with them. So what is the control inside that subject for those schemes, for that currency? For example, Roblox, it has the similar scheme. For example, let's go to a particular case, Intervando Peru, where they have a huge model in the metaverse. They have services, they have advisor, and they have products. It's a very interesting case. If you ask me the link, I can show you that case. It's a public case. So how they use the metaverse, and they use that model to get close to the client, to give them things easier, so the client doesn't need to go to the office, but they have the same validations of the office, and they are able to see it on the metaverse. And there are additional risks. They are opening and marketing. They are getting closer to the client in some way, but they're also going to have some risk because it's an avatar that you're dealing with, and the avatar needs to have the validation and the data and the information. For example, in companies, you're going to see it more and more and more. It's not something that is 100% in the market, but there is a lot of companies like ours that they are working at the moment, that they're working on that at the moment, and they have their presence in the market. So as Mike, that he was saying, there are models that they start being educational, and they have there is a tool for work. So there is a platform where the employees can learn, and that's coming to change the industry. For example, in our case, we during the pandemic, when we couldn't do meetings, or we couldn't be close, we did an event that it was 100% virtual through a metaverse that we got all together with our clients, and we did all the training through that model and that platform. So basically, that's what I want to talk to you. And obviously, is to complement the idea that this team wants to bring to you today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ilian. I'm gonna summarize a little bit until before going through the question and answer, and also to go deep in compliance in metaverse. We know we have the vision of what it is, what is going on the metaverse, and the risks of the metaverse. But a lot of us, I will say all of us, we work in compliance, and we need to go to the base, go to the rules. But we don't have the rules on the metaverse, so there is a lot of things that would need to be done. But it's the role of each one of us to get worried on this, understand the compliance, on and see like the how are we going to do the things. If we're going to go to the metaverse, a lot of companies are going to get into the metaverse, and we need to find the how, and they need to tell us what is the how, because if you trying with the eager not to try to miss and the FOMO, we can get deep into something and get into risk. So as Alberto and Ilian was saying, we have new problems right now with the new technology. What's going to happen with the digital asset? How are the clients handling that? The regulation world, the compliance world, and also new actors come, and Alberto talked about that. The avatar, uh, anonymous letters, and artificial intelligence, etc. What's going to happen with the regulation? At the end, it's operating as the regular law. Nowadays, the arbitration, for example, when you see conflicts in the real world between two parts that they have in different country or different jurisdiction, that they get into a fight, when the tendency is resolving the conflict in the metaverse. There is a company that is called Clero that what they do is like put a team of people solving the dispute inside the metaverse. And the other one, that is the most common one, is the resolution of problem resolution in the at the courts in the different countries where the platforms are, or the world's virtual reality worlds inside the metaverse. There is a lot of issues that have come up for the NFT, that is that currency, that they are not tangible, and there have been a lot of the intellectual property on that. How you can say that that's the original or that's a copy? I don't know if you have heard a case Mango in Spain. Is a clothing company in Spain. They open their door in the metaverse, and to be able to make it and to make it nicer, they hire somebody to decorate the store, and they use some painting, Miro, Picasso's, and the store was very pretty with those paintings or copy of the paintings on the background in the store. And they also put some actors on the metaverse that they were working on these tokens, and they were also there. And they went to a trial because when they were representing the artists, they sued them because of copying those paintings. And the resolution at the end was that they didn't need to pay anything, or they were not guilty because they were not doing they were not monetizing, they were not getting any benefits from putting the paintings there. So, and actually they were not identical. So we're gonna face this kind of situations over again and again in the metaverse in the future. And you, for example, you can go, for example, this one right here, you can buy things that they create on metaverse, for example. Before moving forward, any of your companies has any corresponds company in the metaverse? There are several banks, and Ilian was telling about Interbank. There are several banks that they already have a correspondent bank in the metaverse. For example, Santander, they have used it as a price, also as a promotion. Nowadays, they are now functioning as a correspondent bank, but EV Market or in Interbank is being there, is in the metaverse inside with services, and that's a tendency. And in next year, when we see each other again in this conference, maybe we're gonna see each other. They're gonna see that some of you and some of your banks, they have a correspondent bank in the metaverse. And why? Because you don't want to stay behind. And for example, we're gonna give you some practical advice. But just to think about, I don't know what's going to happen next year or 5 years, but they're going to come to you and they're going to knock your door. They say, hey, we are opening your correspondent bank in the meta world. Are you going to join or not? What do you, and then we're going to start talking about what is your recommendation, what points we need to worry about or focus about. So the data is very important. When we are working on virtual world, you give out more information because that is sensitive than in the real world. There are some subjects that they are very physical in the physical world, so you cannot, those data doesn't go inside the web for any reason. For example, the medical information in this United States for compliance and for HIPAA is that you don't put it on the web for some reason, but here in this virtual reality in the metaverse, everything is on there, is inside that system. So it can be a risk and it can be a challenge. So you can find hackers that they're gonna go in that world, and through your computer, you enter to the metaverse and you are there in your own world, and through that, a hacker can get there and get into your computer, get into your data in the real world. Money laundering, for example, as Alberto was saying very well, when you start seeing transactions that come from the real world to the virtual world, and the avatars that Alberto was saying as well, They can take your identity. How do you know if that's the person that is saying that it is, if it's an avatar? So in compliance is very important, especially us that we're in the world. We need to get involved in the strategic decisions on the company, because what happened is that we hear about this subject at the end of the story when we already have the risk and the things already happen. So we need to start from the beginning. When you start making decisions, is then there where you can make real changes and where you can at the end install. For example, if you're going to have a correspondent bank in the metaverse, you need to know that you're going to start that process knowing the risk and being able to assess those risks. So it's important that you know also what are those risks. What we have talked a lot about in this conference is the conversations with the regulator. The regulator, they don't know how to catch these issues. They don't know if it's a good idea or not getting to this metaverse. So, but it's very important to talk with the regulators to avoid that in a country, for example, three main banks, they're going to open their correspondent bank in the metaverse, and without any reason, they said, you are not allowed to be in the metaverse because you don't know. And we have seen that, and we have seen that with different technologies. So it's very important that from the beginning, get involved, that they get involved and educate them, because sometimes they don't know. So when you don't know, it gets blocked, so they block it before knowing anything about it. So everything has a policy, everything has a procedure, and everything has a compliance support, a compliant part of it. And this is going to happen and extend all of those things to the metaverse as well. We need to also talk about the cybersecurity, because obviously it's going to be a risk. Take care of a money laundering, identifying know your customer. I know it's very difficult with the avatars, but here it gets even more important to know your customer. Who are you doing business with? There's going to be some plantation. Can you substitute that person and commit fraud? And at the end, you find that they're going to be different people, that at the end they were all one, as the story that our colleague here was talking about, that five people behind a company moving $50 million, right? So the important thing about all of this is the supervision and the rules that we put in place. But to finalize, it's important to have a good governance in the metaverse, especially is your relation with the stakeholders. Most likely when you get to the metaverse, you need to surround yourself to stakeholders that you probably didn't know before. For example, this trial that happened through Meta, that judge from Colombia, that she probably never knew about it, and she probably didn't have even a Facebook. But right now, she's a relevant stakeholder, because a trial she's interacting with some other actors. So they're going to explain to us later about the different metaverse. But how can we interact? How can we start knowing who these stakeholders are? And also ethics and transparency. The important thing is that you can operate this inside your company, but there is a lot of ethical issues that they're going to raise with that. Here, now we're see things black and white and very obvious, but not for our children. Let's say that our children, they have an avatar and they function themselves in these worlds through social media, that they are an avatar. What is going to happen? And this is an ethical issue that we need to start discussing. Can we replicate that person with the AI, that they know your answers, they know who you are, they always send the same mails, they subject the question to the questions? It's going to happen the same with the avatars. So it's going to be ended up existing in the afterlives, because we're going to create a entity, even though it's an avatar, it's virtual. That is a subject that we have been talking about even in the creation of movies. So it's very important that you keep that in mind when you are dealing with metaverso. For example, at the end, maybe that you're going to go to a bank and the manager of the bank is going to be a robot. You're going to start interacting with somebody that doesn't exist. But it's important to know if that's going to be the case, that that person doesn't exist. So you react and act in accordance to that. So in terms of the association, for example, there are different associations that they are dedicated to ethics and transparency in the metaverse. I put here in big what is the international meeting, that is the collaboration. Iland, que is a place, is a village of collaboration. They are trying to find new tendencies to talk about metaverse and new important subjects about it. And they have a web page, you can Google it up, but this companies that they are part of this European firm has access to that. And I'm going to leave you with this message. Only you need one person or one avatar to damage the reputation of a company and the financial future of that company. So it's important, if you enter the metaverse, to do it right and educate everybody that is going to be involved, because you can ruin the reputation of the business, and we ended up with the effect that we didn't want to have. So we're going to start with question and answers. We don't have much time left, but I would like to ask, we were talking about the different metaverse, but how many do we have? We have different worlds inside the metaverse. How many are there? Does that exist? Do you know? It's hard to know. It's like, for example, how many web pages do they exist in internet, more or less? Of course, in the metaverse, you have much less places to go at the moment. For example, the most famous one is Horizons, that we mentioned it before. That belongs to Meta. The Meta has thousands of millions of users that they are buying and they're participating. There are another platform that the schools are using to create, replicating their colleges. Those worlds, in those areas, a lot of students and teachers are participating. There are those different places that already exist, that they are more accessible to the public, but there are some other, many more. They have been created, like ours, that we use for colleges or for the aviation business. We also, we did another for another company in Colombia to train their operators there. So this question is very difficult to know the answer at the moment, but we are going toward that reality. That is not a doubt. Thank you very much. For Alberto, you talk a lot about the risk and what is going to happen, but what is the jurisdiction that is going to be applying or is being applied in the metaverse? Who is winning in this one? It's very important to know that the metaverse is working because we have computers, that they are in a country, and it's information that travel through countries, and they are related with contracts. Even though if even you enter the metaverse and you don't realize, when you say accept, you are signing a contract with those companies. So there are a lot of jurisdictions that they are involved. And I have heard that it's another jurisdiction that doesn't have that company doesn't have jurisdiction. Of course they have it. It's like, for example, in the United States, they were inviting narcos, they were putting them in a ship, and at nighttime, they were navigating until they start navigating through waters, American water, and as soon as they were in American waters, they were capturing those narcos, the drug dealers. So there is a way to do it. We can track it when those transactions are going through the United States, or people that are from the United States are involved in that transaction, or if it goes against of the United States interest. So there are a lot of things. And the metaverse, yes, does have a jurisdiction, and you need to be very careful, because the same way that you have a dark web, people creating a web that trying to find that they are very anonymous with no jurisdiction, you can have a dark metaverse that is going to try to go far, but the countries need to go there to catch them. Thank you, Alberto. You mentioned about compliance in the metaverse, the importance of it. If you can share with us some practice that real, two or three, that you will the companies can follow.
Pregunta y yo lo diría.
That's a good question. I will divide it in two. There is one area, the business, the companies that they are being part of the metaverse, that they need to have regulation. They need to have a control. They need to know who the person is, and also apply the norms and the knowledge, and also the the companies, the financial institutions, because everything starts, and you always need to find a transaction or go or do a transaction that is going to go through a financial institution. So in the avatar world, in the metaverse world, you have two avatars, but also in the financial world, you have two people, two persons, or two entities. So you cannot skip that. So part of the subject in the concrete is that you need to apply the knowledge of your customer, also and also knowing your customer, but also going deep in the transactions, the address, and the. Okay, thank you very much. We're almost without any time, but I have a final question for each one of you. What concept would you give to what advice you can give to the audience on regards to if they could, if they should or shouldn't get into the metaverse? So when they go and ask him, hey, do you want to be a part of the metaverse? It all depends. It's like any other technology, like any other thing. Do you have any implemented and you need to be more individualistic, or when you have more experience, it's a better decision you can make? It's like, for example, when we joined to Facebook or Instagram, I will say you need to go for the value for what it gives these interactions to your institution or to the person. Yes, I will say at the beginning, I said at the beginning that we were buying land in the water. When we see the analysis and risk analysis of the companies that want to get into the metaverse, the risk it was the supplantation of people. Protect the brands is very hard. Protect the name of the companies is very hard in the metaverse. For example, as you said about the painting, the example that you gave, the same information that you have on the web page, if you put that, a store, in the metaverse, and since we have different metaverse, a lot of them, the biggest risk you have is that you say you are thinking, should I go in, should I go out? No, maybe somebody already did and you don't know it. That's why people are buying in the metaverse, because there are so many that you need to buy more users, but you need to put your feet in there and say, I'm here. For example, the dominium, when they started with the www, I have some people that they bought infolar.com, Colombia, and they stole my dominium. And you need to put your feet on the metaverse, have a presence, so people don't start having the presence with your name and your brand inside the metaverse, because they can be copying your brand. For example, as if somebody's doing you're using your brand inside the metaverse, because if one of that brand gets into the metaverse and it's going to start being successful, it's going to be somebody in the metaverse with your colors, with your services, with your name, and it's going to steal your clients. Because in concrete, I will say as the same thing as AI. I believe so. We need to go in, have the knowledge, and also assess the risk. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here.
la primera audiencia virtual dentro del metaverso en Colombia. El Tribunal Administrativo de Magdalena fueron quienes iniciaron esta primera
Mike, you got
audiencia
it?
judicial.
Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Citar al despacho realizar la audiencia bajo esta modalidad. El tribunal aceptó la solicitud luego de que recibiera el visto bueno de la Procuraduría. Dicha audiencia se transmitió en vivo y se está realizando por medio de Meta Platforms Inc., específicamente por su aplicación virtual y gratuita.
Okay, so you're getting the... Okay, perfect.
I believe you have a filter turned on.
tardes, todos bienvenidos. Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan? Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchas? ¿En qué idioma vas a querer que hable? Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchas? Buenas tardes. 1, 2, 3, bienvenidos todos a esta ponencia sobre los nuevos cambios en la aplicación de la ley y tendencias regulatorias en América Latina. En la aplicación de las leyes de América Latina. Nuevos cambios en la aplicación de las leyes de América Latina. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nuevos cambios en la aplicación de la ley de América Latina. Nuevos cambios en la aplicación de la ley de América Latina. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Como no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, buenas tardes. Bienvenidos entonces a la sesión sobre los nuevos cambios en la aplicación de la ley y las tendencias regulatorias en América Latina. Everybody, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos todos.
Me está hablando en el inglés.
Yes, because this is going to be in Spanish. Va a ser en español esta ponencia.
Y usted va en inglés.
Sí. Good afternoon. We're gonna try to start. We know that you guys are coming back from lunch, so probably people are gonna start joining us. But of course, I know it is a hard time. This hour is hard because it's after lunch. But we're trying to be very dynamic with our panel. Interactive, so you can bring valuable information with you today. So we have a panel with 3 experts that they're gonna talk about mainly about the tendencies that we are seeing in the Latin American in regulatory subjects. What are the new requirements that we are expecting in regards for a regulatory in relation with the regulations for Latin America, and which ones are those and how to enforce them. So I'm gonna let everybody to talk about themselves a little bit so we can jump to the particular subjects that we have for you guys today. So thank you very much. My name is Walter Morales, and I'm a general director of Jancor Coaching and Mentoring in El Salvador. So we have a very nice experience with this regulation with cryptos. Now that we have the Bitcoin as part, we have some new laws about it. We also have a regulation for emission of digital assets, which that I'm going to be talking about that. Julio Aguirre from Panama. We have a position of consulting and advising in Panama, and SMB in Miami. We take care so financial and non-financial institutions and also state entities. Thank you. So I'm Guillermo Horda. I'm FEMA member, and I'm in the sabbatical year, so I'm very happy that not been working almost for 24 years without stop. So I have been working as a head of the financial business for UBS. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Excellent. My name is Adrian Sanchez, and I'm the director for Latin American and the Caribbean of Crimes, Compliance on Financial Crime for LexisNexis Resolution. And let's start talking, going straight to the subject. I would like to start, if Julio, if you give us, what is the landscape, what is more relevant in the change of the regulations in Latin America? And from there, we start talking about different particular subjects. Well, we always start with the fact that all the regulation, or most of the regulations, they are focused on what is the international conventions requires in part of the international financial solutions in the world. They demand 40 regulations. In fact, that methodology that we have been establishing as the technical and the effective has finished on the 4th round, and they should exist already from each one of the countries. The plans to be able to respond to the new laws and regulations of the 40 regulations, the 4 recommendations that they have given for the 4th round of discussions. The 5th round is specifying what is effectiveness. So starting this year, we're going to have a plan on their behalf to view the 5th round, specifically what is the effectiveness of the laws. So that what it means that whoever needs to enforce the plan, there are the countries that you're going to be able to see that they are adjusting the norms and the regulations based on the evaluation that they did on the 4th round. But there are some countries that they already passed through that. They're going to receive the 5th round to see how effective those new regulations are. So that's called to the fact that everybody needs to be clear that the same way that you're going to receive the revision about effectiveness, these countries, the supervisors and the regulators, they're going to start verifying how effective those are, financial and non-financial institutions. So what is going to happen that could be around as a norm that is making necessary the existence of in each one of the countries, you're going to see that the recommendation 4 already talks about the assets appropriation and what they're going to change about that in the international convention. What is they're going to request the countries to incorporate in their legislatures what is making straighten the fact that they cannot do a going account to the assets that they receive for illicit and illegal or money crimes, or else they can go against and get the asset that they have obtained in an illicit way. And what are the tendencies? So it's very clear for for TAFI. That is, the assets is a way to interchange or manage and do financial transaction, and the behavior is showing that. And they have done their emission of papers specifically on that regard, saying it's not doing something different from the recommendation. It's to apply the recommendation to what the virtual assets. So you get there and you get what is supposed to be the virtual asset, and they look like a financial institution or a provider, and apply the recommendation that exists. In that way, there is not a problem of new legislature or new norms, that the possibility of new subject to get into this law. And it's also, we talk about that in the number 7, that it has its own characteristic. Take what internationally we have, like in the European Union, the product of double use, saying there is a beginning of proliferation, the freezing, you freeze the asset, you stop the transaction, and you need to add what is in international operation of the international, and try to, these 3 elements is what we see in short term, that what represents to be, or something that is going to be added. What we have seen that is a change, is a big change for each country, is what is the final beneficiary. It's nothing new, but it's to have a structure, find a way that the final beneficiaries, they're going to be part of an information to be able to all the authority inside the countries. Then the exchange between the countries, and then in front of the strain that it could be, to be able to have access to, at the beginning, to have the opportunity to have a register of company or a group of company, and that is registered, and what is going to be the final beneficiary. in each country. From that, in that way, you can allow investigation and get what we need and reach the results that we want. We have different subjects that we're going to be getting in depth in each one of those, but there is this transition that technically is not a compliance and effectiveness, and it's going to be the subject when FAFT is going to do the fifth round, whoever controls they are applying. But let's talk about the subject of crypto and virtual assets. And I would like you to tell us a little bit in El Salvador, Walter. It's one of the countries that it was where it was already adopted. What is the dynamic there? The truth is that it's an experience very interesting. Execute the regulation that they started little by little. So in that way, 2021, the Congress in El Salvador approved a law that is the law of the Bitcoin, like a real currency in the country. So, and it gives you like characteristics that are very interesting. For example, one of the interesting points there is free of taxes. Whatever gain that you make from that exchange or that transaction, in the level that we have in the market, we see that it's a very interesting gain of revenue from it. So it's very attractive, not locally, but also internationally. We have been seeing a lot of investors in crypto, and that there is a regulation here to make it so that you have it very established, very well defined. So the law, especially, start being in effect on September 2021, and we started working on that. We had let's say, of the federal government to push forward to the execution of the operation and the execution of the regulation. This has been very interesting because the actors that you have heard, we open a wallet, a federal wallet, so the nationals could open the wallet, and the federal government will give them a gift, a welcome gift to the wallet with $30, and especially so that everybody was downloading the wallet, and then they will able to see that the system was working. So in that sense, it has been good things and bad things. We have things that we need to learn from, and we need things that we need to adjust in regulation-wise, and the screening of the client to identify, verify, and know, and analyze what are the fourth verbs that we need to always have it clear: identification, verification, the knowledge, and the analysis. Because it's very interesting that now also in the register, when you're registering, I was seeing it yesterday on the central bank, that the entities and the providers of virtual assets, they need to be registered in the national bank. We have 111 companies that they had been registered already, and I have been listening from people last year in Binance, for example, before all of this process started. They said that this is an interesting element. Binance, it was saying, if something happens to me in the United States, I'm going to register in El Salvador, and it's there, and Binance Salvador is registered already. So it's operating, in fact, with a subject about they have virtual assets, and they we're going to be starting in January 2023 is when it started, and they start emitting these assets, digital assets, and the transactions start being very interesting because we start talking about the tokens, the famous token, that at the end is an effect of investment, that at the end, for me, is very interesting. We're talking about what the government of Salvador is going to do. They're going to create that with the volcano bonus, that they are very famous. The roadshow that they have been doing since last year with different type of investors obviously through a company, specifically American company. And all of this takes you to an element of regulation and elements also of knowing especially that what you need to do and supervision as well. There are actions that we need to take and do it very hard in this sense so for the compliance of certain conditions. Facts that is telling you that you need to do the travel route and you need to, it has been regulated, it has been done, and we have been working towards that. There is a lot of things that we need to do still, but the travel rule, we have it very clear, the condition about it, and we know when there is a transaction that is above the $1,000, we need to notify the originator and to the destinatary, uh, to the person that's going to receive the assets. When you need to let them know, because there are many cases, particular cases, in which we are seeing activities that catch the people attention. We have seen an operation where a property got sold. They use the account with a bank account in Miami, and there was an overprice, and that's why they use a wallet. It looks, and they send that overprice to that wallet, and the wallet got opened here in Miami. They were $400,000 from a, and they opened that wallet, and especially they received it one day, and in less than 12 hours that wallet was closed. The same client closed it, and he gives you the money back through an attorney that is the intermediary. The lawyer received it in a wallet in Bahama, and it's a subject that we need to have a lot of control. So what I'm telling you is very interesting, because you need to track what is the origination, and in that sense, you don't need to be scared, especially to the virtual asset. What is you need to be scared about is the regulation, and to have an effective regulation with a supervisor that obviously is mature enough to know how to use it. Because at the end, the one that is doing the transaction and the operation, they did it like 5 times, and the other one is still studying to see what they say, what the travel rule of FAFT says. So, and the other one is have already done the operation 5 times. So we are very alert about the operations that they are doing before they are not doing. We're not talking anymore about smurfing, but we saw a lot of smurfing in the cryptocurrency, and this is very interesting because transactions that they were very small, that you're not even interested because they are below the $100, you replicate it one and twice and again, and we need to pay attention in that sense, because those kind of activities, we need to keep an eye on those and have the providers on chain that allow you to do the same monitoring, to keep monitoring these attractions. There is a lot of things to be done. We need to work on effectiveness. It has been a very interesting experience, as I was saying, the emission of digital asset. We did the same one from a private sector, and obviously we don't see the investor anymore. Everything is done through the new technologies using a screening that has to be the most efficient one. And what we're trying to do is that the screening, not with picture, because we had the experience that people were showing the picture, and then obviously in the liveness you are not doing it, so you're not doing the live screen, so what you need to verify. But just with a picture, that doesn't make any sense. So we need to strengthen that areas where you need to do the due diligence. That needs to be the core of the knowledge for the analysis that you're going to do later on. So if you haven't identified well, we talk about again with the same thing that we have been saying before. If we had a good regulation, and you're still getting adjusted, and if it's still, we have been learning really fast, but there are still things that we need to adjust, and those things we need to pay really good attention. We're waiting for the last evaluation that fact did of the last round, they finished in January. If they are still waiting, it's like a wife is waiting for their husband's answer. So we're still waiting, and we hope that they come back and say everything is beautiful. Well, I know they probably won't be like that, but we're working on it. I hope everything goes well for you, and it's a challenge. The crypto is a challenge. I'm worried, Adrian, because I think in every country we have trying to run before learning how to walk. So we have been talking about this the past 5 or 6 years. We were saying, be careful, be careful. The crypto is coming, but the crypto is operating everywhere, and it's dropping against the United States. And they you see it all the time between the administrators and the wallet, but they haven't reached the speed. And I think even though that we can get an explanation, a poetic explanation about it, and how fascinating it might be, if you are paying a bank in Dominican Republic or Mexico or any place, and for any reason you want to do that tracking, who knows how to start? Raise your hand if you know. Who are you going to walk? At the wallet? You see the wallet and you say, okay, I have 5 payments, but hey, that one is in Germany, and the person that is administrating is in another place. They said, oh, who I'm going to be contacting in Germany? You need to send 500 letters with to the wallet administrators to try to track it. So the process is kind of, the information is there, but nobody knows how to get it. And we don't have the ability of tracking it in real time. What you were telling about the $400,000, you see that happen, but you don't have the ability to know where it is and how to track it. So what we need to do first is the formal part of the effectiveness, because the regulations are good, but we need to be able, if it's to know if it's working, if it's functioning. But the question is that really avoiding the fraud, the pay of the cybers, and the bad use of Bitcoin? Are we avoiding that the bad actors prostitute a company? Are we really doing it? So we're going to say, well, let's find who are the owners. Do you think Chapo Guzman is going to be like a partner of a company? Of course not. So he's going to find a way to put a trust that is not subject to CTA, and you can argument certain exception, and he's going to make it happen. So I'm worrying, for example, the situation, the political situation that in Latin America is going through right now. For example, in Mexico, we started as a political tool, and an impact is an enemy of the government. So they put drug in your apartment, and they said, okay, here you're planting drug, and they take away your apartment from you. So when we're talking about so how many people have been sentenced, or how many people are being arrested for money laundering, not for tax evasion, or not because they are carrying illegal weapons? No, how many people for really through this program they have been put on jail? How many? As a result of a program, anti-money laundering program. That part, it worries me, because I want to ask you, Walter, have you seen a migration of the economy to virtual money? Do you think that people daily had changed to the concept of virtual instead of real cash? Well, it has been a subject. I'm talking about the $30 people start using them. For example, I was asking people, did you use it? No, yes, I use it to buy pizza. I went to buy burgers for my family, and I bought some beers, and it was funny to go to the supermarkets. I said, we accept Bitcoins, the $30, so people was going to the supermarket, grocery store to buy and use those $30, but After that, they didn't use it anymore. So it's- that's what I want to say. So the economy, and I was asking one that is a owner of a gas station, and I asked him, "Do you accept bitcoins?" But then when the people wants to pay me with wallet, I tell them that it's not working. So it's very interesting because there are elements that obviously places that they are working very good is in one of the cases has been in the touristic places, hotels at the beach. No, because they had more regulations or because they were more open to the use of the Bitcoin as a currency. But no, we had already beach and tourists from Europe and from the United States, and they were paying you with Bitcoins. For them, it's normal. In fact, they were buying even we we call it like the slushies, and people are buying slushies with Bitcoin, but they're foreign citizens. They're, I mean, from tourists that they come to visit. But in reality, we have seen that in the touristic sector there is a segmentation of use or bigger use of bigger amount of transaction with the bitcoins, but the regular people, the regular citizen, no, we are not seeing it. And there are very interesting element that the whole segment of the transfer to family members. We have a conditions of transferring currency that we have between 2.5 million or $3 million a year. So it's still a small part, but it has been evolving a little by little by little. What we have seen with the use or negotiation, for example, to investments a little bit more, we have seen more activity, more than the commercial one. In reality, the big benefit is on the digital asset, is the use of digital money, and be patient. I see an advantage in using it, and people are trying. They are trying, but they want to put the toe in the water before jumping in. I think we're doing fine. Anyway, we're waiting for the result that is going to be happening on April, and let's see the market, the currency on the market, how it's doing our money, our currency in Salvador about it. Almost $2 million. The people that we have right here, we have seen a lot of people that is being influenced by these investments and these transactions. For example, I know somebody that he's like 22 years old, and he knows about this condition in Bitcoin. Like today, for example, I'm taking advantage of the sales because we are in a holiday. So when it's a holiday, I sell more. So he really makes some gains that they were very interesting. We're not seeing it we're seeing it more in the investing, the use on the investing. No, they haven't received it as good as we wanted. So people accept it, but it has risks. So with this subject, we need to educate. And this is the key point. For example, people they don't understand what is that about. So people get scared because it can change, it's not that solid, and in that sense, put your money. It's not that you're going to put a whole lot of money, but people think that they're going to put their whole money to invest in bitcoins. But people have not much knowledge about crypto. So it's a very small segment of the population that we educate about basic conditions. For example, uh, digital asset like the Bitcoin, and we're doing it through Jan Core. But there is a lot of activity, for example, where the effort and the government effort is being done. But for example, if in a gas station they have an account in the United States and say, okay, you're gonna say they're official in the United States. Do you accept bitcoins? So for example, Bitcoin in El Salvador, people gonna say no, they don't gonna even investigate. Well, there are two challenges, I believe, that they are the key here. One is the last lack of clarity in the control, in the area of the control, where the regulations, the supervisors, and the client as well. But to start to close up the digital asset, for example, in Panama, I don't know if you want to talk about it. There is an intention of regulate. What happened there to be able to connect with the digital asset world? The first presentation that we have in Panama in relation with the law, we got it to the legislature, didn't have, people didn't take it because the content was not very well structured. And the lack of a structure, so the problem was who is gonna, the one that is gonna be control it and who's gonna be supervising, and then who's gonna be representing the ones that is gonna give you the model of exchange to or change it or control the change of the Bitcoin. So you were seeing in the text of the law, you were mentioning the bank superintendents, you were said the on the area of the exchange and the currency in the other side. But then you have a central bank that is more or less equivalent to the entity that is going to be the compensation between the two parts. So since that was not clear, plus it was not giving all the effectiveness or the value of the idea, nothing happened. So the law doesn't exist in Panama because that nothing is clear. The discussions still they have been doing to present something else at the middle of the year or at the end of the year, and we need to do it in this year because people are moving at virtual access assets. People use it in the areas of the commercialization, in the trade, in certain part of the market, in the trade market, it's happening. And the law needs to exist because it needs to have the security, the safety that the system needs to be able to keep functioning. Because at the moment that you have the trade, they start to be massive, and maybe they become vulnerable because a lot of the financial actors and non-financial actors, they can be vulnerable. But for now, the country put a pause on it. We're going to change a government on May 5th. So the new government is going to leave the draft model of what they have done so far, what they understand so far, or the new one is going to start from scratch to present what the country should have at the end of the year. Let's jump to the next subject that is very interesting too, that it has to do with the use of the assets, the dual use assets. So merchandise that you export, import, and they are used to build a chip of a computer, but also for a drum and some other application. As Julio was saying at the beginning, there is a tendency to have more controls about this and to pay more attention to other things beyond the banks, that it has to do with the payment, with the message SWIFT. Now, who is financing the merchandise? What are the ports that that merchandise touch? Is very relevant. It have made a lot of noise because of all the regulation that we have seen in the European Union, because of the sanction schemes that they have seen, or we have seen. Companies that they were not identifying themselves correctly and they were not complying with the sanctions. So, talking about the operational perspective, how to handle all of this, because I think most of the time they leave the responsibility to the bank, but there is a lot of actors involved in that chain and how to attack that problem in a more effective way. Well, when PAT gets to any country and they request that they do that regulation and to create a legal framework, for example, like in Panama, they're going to say, well, you don't have a regulation, so they try to comply with what FACT is asking. So what worries some is like a framework. It's hard to have experts in external trade to cross. Porque it's hard as a government to apply an AML, like, and law enforcement and judiciary in a country, but it's hard to implement. But usually, everything is based on what the controls that the banks need to implement. And when I said the people that the analyst here, for example, who is a part of the in the compliance part, who in your team, who if the analyst is the one that gets paid the most. No, it's not like that because it's the one that it gets paid less. You tell them what to look, what to find. They pass the certification, the animal certification. They are the one that set up the alert. So we're expecting that the person is an expert to really to think, okay, this plastic that is being traded can be used to use a weapon or can used to use a credit card. So it's hard to to define that. So in this world that is so active that we do immediate payment, so I need all the work that you need to put on the revision of that aspect. So that is a very important role, and I think that technology can help. Talking about the proliferation of AML and CTF, I don't know if you want to touch that subject too. Yes, and that is why we need to have due diligence in each country because everything is under the UN, and you know that they need to have a country representation. And through the resolution that they have in their hands for the proliferation, they have connection with this country authority. In this sense, they also have as a country, they need to make that definition. As Guillermo is mentioning, this is not a bank as the payer of what it represent the International Commission. No, all the actors that need to be that are involved in the commercial activity, they need to be in what this represent. Understanding that it's going to be the custom. It's going to be the ships, it's going to be the activity overseas. They all are in part of the commercial activity for when a product comes in or goes out. Because we need to canalize the payment or something that already was given, already got to port, to get that shipment to the countries. And then the country need to have a structure to be able to have the specialist in how everything needs to be in details, all the documentations that is part of this trade, so they can check the material, because sometimes you see, how many times you see really the material? You only see the papers. It's when you started to see the credit cards and the documentation. When you talk about documentation, what is that? It's not a reality. You need to be there really to see if the product is there, the one that is listed. So you cannot have a responsibility that is not actually ours. So we need to be effective. So let's do the effectiveness as it's supposed to be. So add to that the insurance company, they have a role. When they do the policy, the missional policy of transportation of merchandise, the business model is going to change if you give them some responsibilities that, let's say, saying, hey, you need to keep some rules because you're going to insure that product or that trade. You need to provide that insurance, and you need to have the regulation if you're going to provide that services. I think so. For this to be effective, if I have leverage of what if it's productive or not, we need to create who are the responsible actors in custom, port, and governmental laws and the custom. Each one of the actors that they are involved in this trade, and us as a financial institution in the area where the financial, in the part of the finance, but before you need to see a document saying that with a seal saying this happened and everybody did their part. I see, for example, this as a restaurant. There are small restaurant, family restaurant, and big ones. And the law maybe is the law asks us that we need to control those restaurants cannot sell these kind of ingredients in their product. So you need to need to have an inspector inside each one of the restaurant to see, verify each one of the product. Because you may verify that if you find that each packet of meat or the product has a seal. But you need to verify also that the person that took that meat from that package that had the seal, you need to make sure that nothing happened in between that and the cooking process and when it got to the plate of the customer. So it's hard. There are many things that happen. So, for example, I try myself because I always said that I'm allergic to seafood, for example, to try to test the restaurants. So, and maybe the waitress tells me, no, what you are eating doesn't have seafood. But did you go to talk to the chef? Did you talk to the people that made it happen to see if that's true? So the person that sells the insurance or the person that is giving the service of securing those wood, they need to make sure that. So we are in the era that all the banks they're trying to reduce cost in the control material because we have the idea that everything needs to be fast, everything needs to be artificial intelligence, but we all have the same pressure of our bosses saying you need to reduce personnel and make everything more automatic and reduce workers. So he said, okay, I can't do it, but we need 5 million to be able to automatize the production. Well, you want to spend that $5 million, but then you need people to analyze the machine, and then you need to hire people for that. So it's not a simple task. That's the tendency that everybody, and that's the tendency that it should be, but you need to put that, and you need to have that as a part of the budget. But we also need to make sure that you cannot be responsible for things that you cannot control. And that we need to see, okay, the regulations are as a country, as an institution, but we need to divide the chores because everybody needs to comply with one part of the process. And everybody needs to have the documentation of what they are evaluating and what they are assuring and complying with. So you need, let's say that we are doing a trade and they put all the information in the paper, well, but it will come in a language that I don't understand. How can I be assertive and how can I be proactive to decide if that information is correct? You're going to ask, do you understand what is the increase of the financing of terrorists, for example? And there are people who don't know about that. What is that has to do with this? What is the part of the procedure? And in this sense, what is the responsibility? As Julio was saying, the responsibility of the way that you write the politics and the procedures. You need to have the complier officer. That's a problem with that. It's like, don't know what to do. For example, in El Salvador, we had a company that they were buying bleach in big amounts. It's the main, they buy it for pools and things like that and distribute that as well. You don't know that you can do it like it's a dual wood for consumption, and how do you find the financing to be able to buy that? No, I had been financed by this institution, and people, you ask them. You ask people in Guatemala and Honduras and Costa Rica, they are not doing it. You put the regulation, proliferation of mass destruction weapons, and people, they don't know what that is that, and they don't know if they are complying with that. For example, in education, is a very important point and the beginning point, and the compliance of officer, the analyst, still doesn't know what is money laundering. And then you are attacking the proliferation of a destruction weapon, and they don't understand it. So in 10 years have passed, and nothing had happened because they are still learning. So as a bank, you need to take measures that with the money that you're going to give to finance a product, and they are buying that project to create a weapon, for example. So you're gonna need time to, okay, you just can't don't tell them, sign here and tell me that you don't want to use this for weapons. And that's all they can do, and that's all what you have. So at the beginning, the responsibility needs to be, they need to be part of the vision, because the people that transport it, the people that is doing the trading, the people that is commercializing with and doing trade with this, they need to also be responsible in one of the areas, because you cannot be responsible for everything. So we're going to talk a little bit about, Walter, with the vision that you have, the impact about that this might bring. For example, in the Latin American countries has been a very interesting element. And I consider that we have advanced very good in some of the countries, like Colombia advanced a lot, in El Salvador as well. But in some other in countries, you have seen that the regulations has been politicized, and the adversary has used that tools, and they have appropriate people assets. And for example, right now we had a case of an entity. In the main case of freezing of assets and the accounts freezing. And the impact of this is very interesting because of the control that the institutions should have. And I'm saying this way because in the specific case, we have seen, for example, that the entity gave a loan, and that good, it had a mortgage, it was affected, and it was already registered on in the government institution like it was your first mortgage. And when you have the execution of that, you said, hey, that was mine, are you going to do an execution? But that's my warranty. And the state tells you, no, that's not the way it is. What they are allowing us, this reality is allowing us. We know that we need to put some regulation because the results or the effects is going to be difficult. We need to put controls that we never used to do before. You need to find out the previous owners, of how many hands, through how many hands this property have passed, because it looked like the property that you just gave them loan, it was before the owner before was involved in a irregular money activity. So then at the end, the institution has some kind of responsibility about what happened in that property, and you might not recover the money after all. So this is not only a subject of the regulation of being effective, but also that the institutions are going through for a condition of monetary effect, that we need to have control. And at the end, in a good way, the internal control needs to go or pass through the hands of a design of procedures and policies, and we need to prevent this type of consequences. We cannot wait until those things happen, because you always say, that's never going to happen to me. At the end of the day, it's going to happen to us, and we're going to lose, and we're going to lose a lot. So we need to be prepared with policies and procedures to see how to mitigate the risk. We don't want to eliminate the risk, but at least We need to have a vision of our internal control that allow us to reduce that impact. Well, at the end, it's hard define if we're going to use it with political reasons. That's another subject, but I think it's a challenge to have it as a part of our policies and procedures to be able to make sure that we don't have any issues about that. What do you think? What are those better practices to handle this? Well, as I was mentioning you before, in the recommendation 4 of FAT is addressing about the appropriation of assets is that needs to happen as a country. But while you can make a determination and accuse somebody that the person is already, you know, that is guilty. So in that way, you can seize the property or you can see the asset because you see the ownership of an asset in the financial part, and we have our control addresses to that area. First, you need to find the person guilty, and then you can forfeit the assets. The dominion, you know, in that law, it says that you don't need to find the person guilty. So when you see that as a draft in your country as a subject, that they're actually going to make it as a law, so the process has to be based on exercising and trying to understand the origination of the asset that can be a part of an operation, a credit, because if tomorrow you can find that asset, they cannot do anything to us because we are people that did it in a good faith, but the guarantee of the securities that we had as a guarantee of that mortgage, we cannot recover it. So it can be a subject knowing that the pressure, you can put it as a part that all the country needs to have to straighten it based on the model of attack, the delinquency. Because people said, okay, you know, you can put me in jail, but when I go out 3 years later, I'm still going to have my assets. So we need to prevent that happen. As Walter was saying, we have stopped that a lot because of the way that it has been presented as. They say, well, my opponent in a political, if he becomes president, they're going to go against my asset and they're going to forfeit all my assets. So with that law, they're going to be able to take somebody else's asset. That's why that law of giving what is the ownership. And we don't want to do that, and we want to make sure because they don't want it to be on the list again. So they ask us to put the law in the list. If we're in the list, we need to implement the law or have the law in place, and we don't want that. So there is a law that is already there. They're going to push until every country has one. That's going to happen, and that's going to be a reality. So we have to read and understand and find what is going to be the repercussion that it's going to have, or the outcome that's going to have in our business. How the state is going to, in which circumstances, not as a person, as a product that it has as a security the asset, or those products that is part of our services or product. So we need to understand the law, not the law of the country, but a law that is a model for everybody else. So in case that happens, we can enforce it in the way it's supposed to. As Julio said, we report suspicious activities. We report our SARS and any transaction that has SARS. But I don't understand how the regulators or the officials or the law enforcement officials, they take a while to do that forfeit and that seizure and wait until they are guilty or not. But if they know that the asset is coming from illegal way, that security, and or you are applying the law. But when you send a RAS, a SAR, when you send a SAR, sometimes somebody decided alert that, and it passed to the manager, said I don't like that activity, and they send that 240, 400 SARs a month, and then they leave the group, and then when it gets to the authority said, it's interesting, this is enough to go ahead and get them, or to forfeit that. And they do it at the same time. They forfeit and they seizure it, and they do it both at the same time. What is the pressure? Is the FAT laws that in the fourth revision that you need to first to find the person guilty, and until the final judgment is there and the process is finished, it's when that you can seizure the property or the asset. So you just cannot just forfeit it and use it. No, you see that there is a lack of law that because let's leave 5 minutes for questions, but I just want to touch a subject real fast that is not new. The final beneficiaries. You have seen that they have created registration in each country. It's mandatory in some countries, and at the end, it's essential to know who is the final beneficiary. I don't know who want to give the final opinion about that. The pressure of FAFT established that the country, besides having the register of the company with all the protocols and details that they must have to be able to give them the numbers, they have to have a record of who is the final beneficiary. So they need to have an authority from the country to be able to gather all of that information. So in every country, we're going in that direction in 2020, and this year they did it to shape, they start shaping the correct shape of that, and they establish then that that's going to be a reality. The beginning, that is going to be it's going to be a subject that is going to eliminate that no authority would have the information or those records because they have a bank secrecy act. Well, it's not only secrecy act, it's just confidentiality. The countries, they're going to have authority to be able to have that information and use it for an investigation in the country. That means that between the countries, they're going to have through their assistant the exchange. So everybody needs to be aware that you install that in a country, if the problem is solved, and I don't have an authority, a competent authority for that. And then they need to exchange that between countries. It's not usual. We just saw the ETMO group. They allow those exchanges when they are analyzing the financial analysis. But then, at the end, to have the opportunity, what are the obligated subjects? Those are the last one, that when you find that all the information is solid, and make sure that it's not used it's used in a very good manner, in a right way. The extortion and the kidnap. Because people were using the law to protect the subject, the family subject, saying, since I have a lot of money, there is a lot of people that want to have easy money, and they can kidnap me. So that's why they were trying to protect people assets. And when we were talking about this, it was kind of protecting, since this is going to be opening, it's going to be more vulnerable for the people that have a lot of wealth. The fact that their information is going to be public, and third parties are going to be able to see it, that we think that in theory they won't be able, they don't gonna disclose it, but there is nothing signed on stone that it won't be vulnerable about it. But in Panama, for example, it's a reality. And in the United States, it's also making it a reality as well. Walter, something else. I think this is a path that, due to the GAFI's insistence, we need to start working from the government level. They need to start putting the condition to be able to have a partnership that allows you to have the record of people with names and last name and everything else. If that you don't have it, from there you start with the bad food, because in some countries it's still be able to create a society, a partnership with just a bearer. So we need to know who is the final beneficiary. Everything starts from there. There is a lot of work to be done. The, the Congress of different countries, they need to establish those conditions. Then the the regulatory part is going to come. Each country is specifically establishing a condition of knowing that you need to, a record needs to exist. That an authority, a competent authority needs to exist that has that records and have all the elements that we need in such a way that it can be a channel through which we can be FinCEN, for example, here in the United States, in other countries, in El Salvador, la WIF, la WAF, and any of those. So we could have a condition of nothing, nobody is going to be free to declare or disclose that information. There is a vulnerability, but we also know that we need to have controls to be able to control the misuse of that information, and there need to be sanctions for who use that information in a different way with a wrong purpose, that the purpose that FAFT is telling us to be aware of. They don't want to give a lot of information if the information is from an outside country. But if we are talking about money laundering, anti-money laundering, AML, but is said, yes, that is your area. Is that your responsibility? I don't want to give you that information. But we need to harmonize the regulation. And I know that FATF is asking, is requesting it, but we need to harmonize. And it goes beyond what I'm going to give you and you're going to give me. But it's a complicated subject for the providers, for the clients, and for each part. And then we need to have a good use of the information system that is very confidential, so we can, when we see the actors that need to research in those lists, that information needs to be very close and make sure that it's used in a proper manner. We need to have defined how to handle it, because in reality we have a condition here of give me the information, we are used to that connection. Look, how much they have, how much do they have, who is the owner of this country. And in Latin American countries, it's a subject that is worrisome because it happens. It happens because in the conditions that we are living, we're still like kind of starting. It's a challenge, but we're going to keep moving forward on the last beneficiary or end beneficiary. I don't know if we have any questions, but maybe we can answer one of the questions. I think we have one right here.
Okay, viene el micrófono.
The microphone is coming.
Gracias, señor. Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. In the subject about the law of dominion extension, I'm listening to you that besides the United States, the tendency is that the approval of those laws in the rest of the Latin American country implies the forfeit in the process, and it breaks when you don't guarantee. You have seen that that's been happening historically, and it's vulnerable. Well, we know the principle of innocence in the process, in a law process. It looks like we are in a paradigm where it was like something that we conquer in all our in the countries that they are uh, complying with the law. But we see other countries that they are advances in the criminal wrongdoing, and so I would like to know your opinions about that. Yes, obviously, yes. The government, without the existence, the property needs to be forfeit the property. They have it in extinction. It's just a forfeit without the seizure, and you lose all the benefits that you already mentioned. In El Salvador, for example, I can say the Congress, through a motion, the president, a few years ago, they start to modify because the law didn't have a deadline. So how far can I go to forfeit the goods? Let's say I have the person, so how far can I go? So we put up to 30 years. And then the Congress obviously didn't validate that, and in that condition, the condition can go back to the, as much as you want, and also the type of asset as well, because the equivalence of the others. For example, I can say when I was 12 years old, my grandma gave me that property. I cannot even know anything, any commercial activity when I receive that asset, but there is an equivalent of the Delinquency Act that the person has is found guilty, and there is a gap that there is on a bank account, and the asset is not enough value to be able to seizure the asset. So when they said, how far can I go? It depends the amount that you need to cover for the wrongdoing. So, for example, in Mexico, they were able to, the bad actors, they can do it even from the beginning, because that's going against the fact of presuming who is guilty or not. So we need to stop here because we need to go to the next session. I want to thank all the panelists. If you have any questions, they're going to be around. Thank you very much.
Sí, ahorita tengo.
Una cucharada.
¿Y con agua?
Con agua, un vaso de agua.
Sabe horrible, pero te lo tomas así,
sí.
Vamos.
Pero, tómatelo cuando estés en la casa.
Sí,
porque si estás mal, puede ser que te dé ganas de ir al baño. Sí.
Claro.
Sí, y te saque, lo bueno es que te saca lo malo.
Sí.